Okay, one sec. Just been rushing around today, trying to get things ready. How is life, my man? Yeah, not too bad. How are you, Sir Paulington? Oh, hang on one second. Just need to quickly turn the air conditioner on while I remember so that the camera doesn't overheat. Pop that one on cool. And where are we? Come over here, get some BGM going. And then I'll throw that notification in the Discord, because we're starting at a weird time compared to a normal schedule. Okay. Change your account, your Paul. Also, managed to figure out a way to show your models. You use your profile picture. Oh, I see, I see. I think I generally have to, one second, if I go to channel, it's usually pretty small. But that is a very nice looking Questoris you've got there. What is that? Is that built as a, is it a paladin? The one that runs the cannon and the chainsword? And I'll get that up there, put this one over here. Hello, Silver. Okay, that's my box of minis off to the side there. Okay. We should be just about set up. Yeah, I've been running all over the place today between going out and having some 3D prints finish up. Having some issues with with one particular thing that I'm trying to print at the moment. Just keeps misprinting, which is a bit frustrating. But it is what it is. Nice phrase to Death Adder, thank you. V2, is it a V2? How do you recognize? How did you recognize it was a Death Adder V2? What gave it away? Jeez, medic. I've had this thing since school. Okay, should be set up now. Maybe GW employees crack down on a 3D printer. True, they've put some kind of malware in there. Oh, funny thing about about GW cracking down on things. So my sister is a LARPer, a bit of a nerd, a little bit cringe. No, it is what it is. It's cool. It's neat that she has fun with it. But yeah, she goes to LARP, and the LARP that she goes to is based on Warhammer. And it's been going for several years now. But the admin, so it's based on Warhammer Fantasy. The admins got an email from the Games Workshop legal team saying that they're not they aren't allowed to keep using the IP unless they enter into a deal with GW. Quite funny. Fucking Games Workshop legal team. So with the wraiths, we're continuing on from last week. I didn't end up finishing all of them in time for the game, which was sad. So a lot of them were still just white prime. So we're going to be finishing that up, and then I also want to see if I can figure out how to make the rest of the Wraith look better, because I really like the helmet, but I'm not a huge fan of how the body looks at the moment. Like, it's fine, but I want to figure out a quicker way to sort of add onto it and make it look really nice, sort of bring it in line with the aesthetic of the head without it taking too long, because I've got a shitload of these dudes. Have you seen their new logo? Yeah, I mean, the new logo's been around for a while. People have only just started talking about it recently, though, but it's been going for ages. Howdy, hey, Technic. Oh, you ordered a Lancer and Angron and a crap load of Death Guard? I see. Yeah, Silver, I've got a an order coming in today as well with some big boys. I've got an Eldar Wraith Knight. I've got the Avatar of Cain. And then I've just got a Guardian squad with a weapon platform coming in, which will be fun. But yeah, the you see a lack of pink undercoat. Yeah, so I found that the pink undercoat, because that's what we did originally when we were trying this out, but it turned it so vibrant orange that I wasn't a fan of it. So I'm just using the Eandon yellow contrast, because it's just a nicer yellow, because I realized that Eandon is more yellow than it is orange, and so the super high contrast I didn't really like as a full coat over the whole thing. Should paint one as Emil from Reach. That I feel like that'd be a bit too high effort for what for what I want to do for army painting. You do pink with a white zenithal, right? Yeah, that could help. Yeah, it's just the really strong contrast that comes out of the pink is just kind of. Every Imperial Fist YouTuber says use pink undercoat. Right, okay. Yeah, maybe that is the way to go. I just found that at least when I did the pink undercoat originally, it was just so aggressively orange. It was like Cheeto orange, and I wasn't vibing with it. Not going to say what you did for Eldar, went a little overboard, you might say. I see. Oh, yeah, I was looking at the tabletop stats of the Wraith Knight. That thing is dangerous. Like, it has got one of the craziest sweep attacks on its melee, the Ghostglaive version. It has got one of the craziest sweep attacks on its melee that I have seen. It is really fucking expensive, though. It's like a 400 it's over 400 points, the Wraith Knight. But yeah, its sweep attack is like 15 hits at strength 8, I think. AP minus 2 or 3 and 2 damage each. Like, it's strong. That's a really good sweep. Like, that's a better sweep than the Knight Lancer has. Warlord Titan in the background. Okay, look. I'm not going to compare regular... like, I'm not going to compare a Wraith Knight's melee attack to a Warlord Titan. I don't... Actually, do Warlords even have melee weapons? They're gun platforms, aren't they? They're no... Is there such a thing as a melee Titan, actually? Is there, like, a Titan with a colossal power fist or something? Won't buy a Warlord. True and real. Not at the moment, at least. Check minis. One sec. I don't know if you post these, but you don't have photos of your Avatar of Cain spear painted. Oh, yeah, I remember when you were working on the Avatar originally. That was really fucking cool. Actually crazy. I really like the way you've done the sort of the char, like the cooled lava for the for his muscles. It's really cool. And yeah, Fuegan and his baby brother, very cool. But yeah, I will say one nice thing about my Eldar, because I'm doing them as an army, is I have got a 3D model in STL for pretty much a one-to-one, like perfect replica of the official Wraith Guard. So I don't have to buy that shit anymore. I don't have to spend like $50, $60 every time I want a squad. I can just print that shit out. We'll eventually own the Forge World tanks from Eldar. Which Eldar tanks are in Forge World? I thought I was knowledgeable on Eldar tanks, and then the other day I realized that the Fire Prism has an alternate build, which is like called a Night Spinner or something. I'd never seen it before. So you started painting your Legion Imperialis Warlord. How big are the Legion Imperialis Warlords? Because they're like... Because Legion Imperialis is all super small scale, so how tall do the Warlords end up being? Night Spinner used to be super good too. Yeah, but the issue is, if you're running the Night Spinner, it means you could have built that as a Fire Prism, and the Fire Prisms are so fucking cool, how they have like the mirror bullshit they can do with each other. Like shooting around corners and shit, like it's so cool. Like, why would you ever build a Night Spinner when you can have Fire Prisms? People are hating on the new Votan. Why? They're so cool. The fucking, like, the Ironkin Tech Priest guy is sick. The dude wearing the Tyrannid carapace is sick. The tall dudes are really cool. What's not to love? They're all so good. Is it just because they're Votan and people hate Votan? Imperialis Warlord's just taller than a Questoris. Oh wow, okay. And back to the details with Brim. Oh, back with the details with the Brim. Awesome. Yeah, like, I can understand why people like Titans, but conceptually, Knights are still so much cooler than cooler to me, because it's just like the Titan is cool because it's massive. It's just like this enormous machine of war, enormous sentient machine of war. But I feel like the fact that they're crewed by like lots of people sort of pulls away from how fucking awesome they are. Whereas like with the like with an Imperial Knight, this is one person in there doing all of that. I don't know. It's so much cooler to me. I understand that like the Titan still has the Princeps doing like 90% of the work, but it's just not the same. Also, it doesn't have the feudal lord aesthetic. Only reason you do Imperialis is because you want to buy Titans and Thunderhawks but don't want to drop 5k. Yeah, I mean, that is totally fair. Wraiths is awesome. You hope they get a reference or a refreeze, a reference without DDT, or a release. Yeah, I didn't know about Wraithseers until very recently, and when I was just like, I was putting together my army list on New Recruit, and I saw the Wraithseer listed in there under Legends. I was like, hang on, what the fuck is that? And they're so cool. I love them. Even the old model was still really nice. Want to kit bash Wraithlord and make them all cool and shit. Yeah, I've seen so many fucking 3D models of Wraithseers on cults, and I didn't know what the fuck they were for so long. And now that I know that the Wraithseer was actually a real thing, it's like, man, I wish he had an official model back. Or I guess he's still got the old one, but I wish he had official rules. How do you like New Recruit? I think it's fine. I think it's a little jank, but it does the trick. I still I'll use Wahapedia for most of my stuff, but it's just like actually list building. New Recruit is nice. But otherwise, I'll just use the Warhammer app because at least I can carry that around. But if I'm on my computer, I'll use New Recruit. I like the fact that the God Engines are slow and lumbering, which just adds to the scale of things, but Imperial Knight's got that medieval ass life. Pretty cool having a giant mech to yourself and not having to share. Yeah. The the really slow lumbering God Engines, like with the Titans, that is probably the most cool aesthetic thing they have going for them for me. Where it's just like you see it standing on the horizon charging up and it's like, fuck. But I love the knightly aesthetic. I've always medieval knights are just the coolest shit ever. You can't beat that. But if you turn a medieval knight into a giant fucking robot, it's perfect. Like, the only thing that can aesthetically match that shit is the Skaven. For you attempted to add Grey Knight heads to your Space Marines, for the Paladin heads, because Grey Knights are sick as fuck. Yeah, I mean, I think the Grey Knight helmets are definitely quite cool. I'm a bona fide Grey Knight hater though in general. Yo, hey Jesus. Does that do 1,000 Suns? Yeah, it's a mixture of me being a 1,000 Suns guy, but the thing is, I kind of didn't like them even before I was even before I became a 1,000 Suns guy. It was like, I don't know. I feel like anytime there's like a Space Marine chapter or similar where they're just like hyped up and they're just like everyone treats them as like the coolest shit ever, I'm like I'm predisposed just to not like them. Like I don't like the Ultramarines, although that's a pretty common take. But I don't like the Space Wolves because I feel like they are very often treated as like being the really cool Space Marines. So I don't like the Ultramarines. I don't like the Grey Knights because they're hot shit. They're the coolest guys ever. They're the best at everything kind of deal. I don't know. Yeah, I'm predisposed to dislike the like Space Marine chapters that people think are really cool with that, and I feel like it's just kind of like not earned, you know? Like Space Wolves, they're just Vikings. Like you can have your Vikings. I understand they're werewolf Vikings. Yeah, but I don't think that's deserving of being like the coolest shit ever. Ultramarines are Ultramarines, and yeah, I just feel like the Grey Knights they're given everything. You're all here for the Exorcists. No one treats them. Yeah, I do like the Exorcists. Exorcists are very cool. They're like they get a pass from me because they've got fucked up issues. They've got terrible things going for them, and they've got a really cool, unique thing. Like I can get behind the Exorcists. They're not my favorites, but I can respect them. Watch out, there's you play Grey Knights and Words of War. Look, Silver. As a 1,000 Suns guy, there was never any room for negotiation here. These are just additional things that are that are sort of have added up over time. Hey, Phobic. You, Phobic, and a couple of friends are going on a road trip, an 8-hour road trip in 2 days. Oh, that'll be fun? Question mark. I'm not sure if you guys are into the road trip part of the trip. I'm not a huge road trip enjoyer, but if the destination is worth it, then that'll be good. Opinions on Saturnine? I think the models look really cool, but I have no reason to buy them because I'm not a Space Marine guy, and also they don't have 40k rules. So you feel I have a take here? Thoughts on the V-Shoujo stuff? Okay. So, I honestly, I remember, I'm not sure if this is happening last time I streamed or not, or if it's only happened in the meantime. But yeah, yeah, it's fucking wild. If anything new has come out in the past day or two, then I haven't seen it. But fucking insane that of all the people on the internet you could possibly choose to fuck over, you pick Iron Mouse. Like, there is no way you can, like, there is no optical way to come out on top of this dispute. She is like deathly ill, like bedridden. She's been bedridden her entire life. She's just a genuinely nice person, fucking universally beloved, and that's the person that, and you steal $500,000 from a charity that she's donating to? Like, fucking insane. They're officially shutting down? Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I don't think you need me to say that. I don't think... you could probably ask anybody on the internet and it would probably give you the exact same answer. I don't think anybody has a different take to that. Probably lead to an investigation into the other VTuber orgs. Yeah, well, I mean... I feel like it's always the smaller, like, indie VTuber orgs that do it, or it's Niji-Sanji, because Niji-Sanji is a fucking hellhole. But I'm pretty sure that HoloLive just has pretty much been pretty spotless for the longest time. And even like when a lot of VTubers who leave HoloLive, like after they come back as a new, as a new persona, they always talk about how they like stopped their previous work, not because it was it was a bad situation, but just because the work wasn't what they wanted to do anymore. So like, for example, a lot of the time, a lot of the HoloLive English girls who left when they re-debut as an indie, they talk about how it's just that they didn't really like doing all the idol stuff. They weren't super big on the singing and all that. They just wanted to be a streamer, and that's perfectly fine, I think. But that's just a point of difference in opinion for what work you want to do. Yeah, I feel like HoloLive has pretty universally just been pretty chill. But yeah, like Niji-Sanji for sure is fucking insane. And then some of the smaller ones that, or some of the other like smaller, what would you call them? They're not necessarily organizations. VTuber, I guess just companies. But yeah, there are often things that come out about them. Like there was that one, I think she was in Idol EN or something, where she got terminated because she was trying to like set up a harem with her fans and like do like in-person meet and greets and stuff, which is fucking wild. There's some some really cooked shit that VTubers get up to. You were gone for like 30 seconds. What the hell did you come back to? Oh, I was just talking about sort of like the cooked shit that other other VTubers have gotten up to in the past. Because you mentioned like the investigations into other VTuber orgs. And yeah, there was like, I don't know if she was in Idol EN. I don't remember her name. It was like a pretty big story, but like, there was a girl in one of the, like in an English-speaking VTuber org who she got terminated because she was trying to like set up a harem with her fans and like set up like personal meet and greets, and then she was also found to have been engaging, or she was supposedly engaging in sexual activity with one of her managers and stuff. It was fucking wild. Watching me in Mexico now, I have one Latino audience. Awesome. Thanks for the diversity there, Jesus. Appreciate it. You're pushing my numbers. Get me in the Mexican algorithm. All the new censorship stuff is insane. Oh, is this the British thing that's sort of that Elon has mistakenly rolled out all over Europe? And it's Australians? Wait, what? Is there censorship happening in Australia? I haven't heard about anything going on that front. Or the only recent censorship stuff I've seen going on is the UK putting like age restriction on anything that's remotely sexual. And so then it's just like completely nuked people's like Twitter accounts and Discord accounts because like the verification is dog shit. And then Elon has pushed all the Twitter stuff out over all of Europe rather than just in the UK. You have to put your ID on YouTube in the US? Really? I haven't had to do that here. That's fucking crazy. Do you have a Blue App server yet? If you're talking about Discord, I do. We've had the Discord link is in the description. So if you want to share minis or anything like that, everyone in there is really nice. Yeah, I think we set up the Discord a few months back. You remember when you were asking for one? Yeah, I didn't remember that it was you asking for it originally, but the second you called it Blue Server, I remembered. Because I was like, what? Or Blue App, because I was like, what the fuck do you mean Blue App at the time? So that, yeah, I did just get a bit of deja vu when you called it Blue App again. The brown app? Why is it brown? It won't let you type in the real name. YouTube removes the comment. Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Discord isn't even, like, a bad word. What? It's... like, it's just a regular word. Oh, hang on. I think I've got my my chat isn't set up properly. If I go live chat, that might bring it back. No, that didn't. If they don't pull certain adult games off their stores, they'll pull their payment options from the website. It's been extended to Detroit Become Human and GTA. Where is this at? Is this in the UK still, or? I imagine this is all in the UK. Still kind of crazy that that they're just blanket banning those games rather than age restricting them. YouTube's getting more ridiculous and Twitch is filled with creeps. This is on Steam, period. Really? Wow. No, so that's just Steam globally? It's not like it's not a region-based thing? Because Steam does have region or regional listing for games. So, like, surely Steam wouldn't change the entire platform just to cater to, like, the whims of, like, one country's change in laws. Because they make a lot of money off their porn games. It's a worldwide ban. Right. I haven't heard anything about that. I'll have to look into it. But that sounds crazy. Posted a few pictures of your Dark Angels Dreadnought, and you posted a picture of your Thunderhawk. Ooh. Are those transfers you've used on the sides there silver? Or are they freehand? Either way, they look really clean. I always struggle with transfers. And that is a very nice Thunderhawk you've got there, Paul. Ooh. Australians that started the movement, collective shout. Oh, awesome. We love Australian censorship movements. And so you said this is a movement. So has it achieved anything? Are they actually finding success, and this is coming into effect, or this is just a bunch of Australians trying to ban media because they're soft? Like, what's going on there? Has this actually come into play, or they're just trying to do it? Transfers were done with microsol and set. Right, yeah, no, because I use, I haven't touched transfers in a while, but last time I tried, I was in purgatory with them. It's resulted with thousands of games leaving itch and hundreds off Steam. Oh, my sister said something about, was talking about itch recently. Yeah, but I wasn't aware that was what that was. Crazy. I mean, surely it's not gonna result in anything, though. Like, surely it's not gonna... Like, I feel like this would have to be something that just blows over. They're casting too wide of a net, just saying, no more ultra-violence or porn, we're done. I feel like that's just... Like, you can't win against the internet on that. Currently moving for Detroit Become Human and GTA to leave Steam. Oh, so they're like specifically targeting certain games? That's fucking crazy. Surely that would actually be up for legal dispute by the developers or the publishers, no? You agree with partially with the first round of takedowns? It was the really insane games. Now it's pretty standard content. What was the what did they do originally? Am I still on the first Wraith guard? No, this is the second one for the day. But I've made pretty good progress with my army. Yeah, so. Because we've already done that one, so I'm just touching up the base coat for this guy, and then we'll be moving on to the next one. I was posted a picture of your cute dreadnought, already. Oh yeah, I see. What kind of dreadnought is that? He looks so small. Don't think any legal action's been taken, as most of the games that have been taken down have been small indie devs. Yeah, but I mean, now that they're targeting like larger games like that, I didn't realize that. First of all, it's fucking crazy that they are specifically they're targeting specific games. It's not like going for particular genres. It's just like, this game is not suitable. We want this game to be gone. I feel like that is very, like, that seems very legally questionable. And if they're going after GTA and Detroit, that's like, surely there will be some pushback. And then at that point, it'll probably set some kind of legal standard, and then like other games will be able to come back through, or they won't really be able to continue what they're doing. You took no games with tags that'll get you banned, right? Yeah, like, I agree, there's definitely some really fucked shit that probably isn't suitable for a lot of things, and there's probably games with really illegal shit going on that, like I'm against censorship in general, but then there are lines that you can't cross as well. But then also, it's possible for a game to have themes along the lines of these like really bad no topics, but it's possible for the game to approach those themes in such a way that it is okay to have. Like, for example, this first round of bans was super fucked shit. Yeah, no. But for example, like, if there was a game which was just like out and out a pedo game, like that shit can go. We don't want that. But then, if there's a game that has themes of that, but it's not like about that, it's not like glorifying that, it's like a character has trauma or something from those like situations, that is a fine game that probably should be allowed to exist. But it's shit that like is just hyper focused on that fucked shit, or glorifies that fucked shit, which is like, okay, we don't need that. There's no artistic value to this. Any managers am I going to finish? Very good question. Since we started later than normal today, it's not going to be a super long stream. Like, we're not going to hit the monstrous 9 hours that we did last week. But I don't know if I'm going to necessarily finish any minis today, but I want to get as many as possible tabletop ready, and I want to make progress on the ones that I've already started speed painting as well, because like tabletop ready for me is like these, that's like, okay, that's good enough for the time being, but I still want to go back and improve on them. Because essentially, as these guys are now, I'm doing fuck all with them. It's just paint the head and then make the rest of them yellow, and that's not what I want. That's not enough for me. Like, after I've done all that, then I'm going to start coming back through and doing all the gems on them, and then the wraith bone coloring for like their spine antenna. I don't know what the thing on their spine is. It looks cool though, but that's going to be in wraith bone, and yeah, there's going to be all sorts of things. I'm thinking the guns will probably be wraith bone as well. I'm like very hesitant to use metallic colors on the wraiths because I feel like just out and out metallics don't really fit for Eldar. Especially for wraith constructs. Like anything that I would normally do in metallic, I want to do in bone instead. Hello, Mac. 12 hours painting? Not today, my friend. Posted a picture of Mortarian in the Discord. I saw him very briefly on my right-hand monitor, amidst the scroll of all the different things you guys were putting up there. I'll have a quick look through the minis you guys have been posting just after I finish this this wraith here, just because I don't want to lose track of where I've currently got paint drying. I want to avoid any nasty pooling where I can. Because contrast paints are convenient and very, very useful, but I feel like it's also very easy to make mistakes on them and hard to fix mistakes. Posted a picture of you in models. Was that the invisible woman? Make Phoenix Lords have Primarch stats in my life as yours. True. Although, the thing is though, the Phoenix Lords, like, biologically, they are the same as any Eldar, aren't they? They are just Eldar, that they're just built different. Like, Phoenix Lords are that guy. Like, Primarchs, like, they're just not fair. Like, they didn't earn their shit. They're just like these supercharged motherfuckers that they're just juiced up and they've just always been that way. Phoenix Lords, they earned their fucking stars. They are just built different. Like, they're just psychopaths. Psychopaths with a sick set of armor. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I've talked about this or not. I think I probably have, but I need to rant about this anytime I'm thinking about Eldar. Why is Eldrad's datasheet so fucking bad? Assuming is one of the two people that can truly kill demons, the other being whoever has Biggie's sword at any given time. Right. Why is it specifically a Surman that can kill them? I did not expect that a Surman would be the one to do it. TLDR, Surman is him. All of the Phoenix Lords are him. They are all him. Has Morgan Ra actually died yet, or is he still the only Phoenix Lord that hasn't died? Gonna go have lunch, come back to the stream. It's still going. Righto, I'll catch you later, Paul. Eldrad is phenomenal. No, yeah. Well, Eldrad is... He's so fucking cool. I love him. He's the craziest fucking psyker that ever lived, basically. But then his data sheet is just kind of... It doesn't reflect that. He's just a cheap Farseer alternative that has really nice abilities, but they just complement... You use him alongside a Farseer, and he just buffs... He's just a buffer. And he does his fucking... His attacks... His psychic attack is just... It's just an anti-character precision attack. That's it. He doesn't even have the fucking psychic, like what's it called? Warp storm, something storm. Like he doesn't even have the regular Farseer psychic attack in addition to that. His datasheet is amazing. Oh, no, sorry, I should have clarified. His datasheet is really nice. But it doesn't reflect him being the greatest fucking Eldar psyker that ever lived. He's just a really nice support buffer that's cheap. Why is he like? I would rather, like, I would like him. He should be more expensive and have more shit rather than just being like a Doom is phenomenal. Absolutely, but it's just it just feels weird that he's just meant to be. He's just meant to be like a complimentary, like, guy that you run alongside a Farseer, run him in tandem with a Farseer, and you just gun this one guy down. It doesn't really feel like he is doing anything. He's pointing at a guy, and then your units are killing things. But I want, if I'm running fucking Eldrad, I want Eldrad to fucking obliterate a guy. He's a support piece? Yeah, but he's like the most powerful fucking Eldar psyker that ever was. And then on tabletop, he just points at a guy. Doom is a psychic ability. I understand that. I understand it's like him, like, conceptually, it's just him, like him just, like, either dooming you to die or foretelling, like, foreseeing your death. But it just doesn't hit the same when he can't even do the fucking regular Eldar, like, blast attack. He points at a unit, and also he can precision attack a leader if they get too close. If any of the Eldar characters were lore accurate, Space Marine Primax wouldn't feel special. Not necessarily, because Eldar, they're kept in check by Slaanesh. Like, Eldar, inherently, their psychic abilities are fucking obscene, but Slaanesh keeps them in check. But I feel like Eldrad, his psychic shit, doesn't even feel special among the Eldar units on the tabletop, the data sheets, because Doom is really nice, but the regular Farseer still has, like, their own version of Doom. It targets hits instead of wounds, but it's the same sort of shit. Like, the only reason Doom is so nice is because, well, okay, not the only reason, but one of the main reasons that Doom is good is because you can use it in addition to the regular Farseer thing. He's also a CP farm. I know, and CP farming just feels like such a fucking cop-out. It just... Look, I don't know if this is going to be an unpopular take or not. CP farming as a mechanic just feels like it's good in terms of gameplay, but it's just a cringe way to allocate the power budget of a unit. Like, do I want to take Eldrad because he gives me CP, or do I want to take Eldrad because I want to take Eldrad? Like, I feel like for ethereals, them being a CP farm is fine because it, like, thematically fits because, like, Tau ethereals do fuck all. They literally exist to point people around and tell them what to do. They are useless on their own. It makes sense that they can CP farm. But, like, Eldrad, he has so much more that he could be, but his power budget goes into CP farm and being, like, supporting alongside another Farseer. Next 4 issues of Combat Patrol magazine came in today. Got 10 more Termagants and a Ripper Swarm, Abaddon Black, Retributor Gold, Librarian, and Terminator armor. Ooh, nice. Abaddon Black is never you can never go wrong with that. It's always nice just to have a solid black color. Beyond the Fellhanded is a CP farm right now, and that's like the Dreadnought right now. I see. I know fuck all about the Space Marine models. GW hates name dreads for some reason. Quite sad. Lore question. Is the Anchorite dead now? Or did the Anchorite, after blasting the shit out of the World Eaters, did he just... Oh, sorry, out of the Word Bearers, did he just go back to prison? Believe he died. Ah. A shame. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick scroll through the minis you guys have been posting. One sec. Where are we? Oh my god. What is that fucking that fucking Mudeng Chaos Beast? That's awesome. Oh, and then there's the Mortarion as well. Oh, wow. Holy shit. That Mortarion looks putrid. I love it. Ugh. I don't know how you do it, Silver. They... The way you can get your Death Guard models looking is absolutely fucking foul. In the most respectful way possible. That is disgusting. He's practically dead, as in he's a one-off, but he's alive. Oh, okay. How many more have we got to go? Yeah, because after these guys, I've also got another 5 Wraith Cannon dudes that I had printed out yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. That I'll need to have finished by the weekend, because I think I'm going to be using them. But I at least want to make as much progress as possible on the dudes that I've already built and started painting. And also, I've just realized that since I've been learning how to rig things in Blender, I can take the 3D models of my well, of the Wraith Guard that I have, the ones that are pretty much one-to-one with the official Wraith Guard, and I can start posing them in different ways. So that'll be fun. Because the default poses for the Wraith Guard STLs that I have are not the most exciting, and there are some from the like this, from the official GW, which I don't have the poses for. I've got the models, but not the poses. But I can mimic the poses if I just build a rig on them and then pose them how I like. So that'll be fun. Hey, Jack Jack. Hey, Gavin. How you going, mate? Whoever got you to concede top of turn 3. That's fucked up. Although I had a similar experience a couple of weeks ago when I played my knights into one of my mate's Iron Hands and just lost like half of my army turn 1 just to fucking artillery. Like nothing I could do, just cross map blasted, and it's just like, oh, awesome. Oh, hello. You played really aggro because you were excited to get a game, in, and I feel it paid dearly with the bastard hitting 3 9-inch damages in one turn, or 3 9-inch charges in one turn, including the line. Right. Yeah, I mean, that just feels bad, man. You get hit by 3 consecutive 9-inch charges. That's just rough. Dark Angels into Death Watch. Dark Angels 1. Technic, what is with you? And do you like... Do you like armies because they are not good on the tabletop? Or are you just really unfortunate? Because don't Death Watch frequently post low win rates as well? Are you like deliberately choosing the low win rate armies, or you just just like, yeah, just really unfortunate with which ones you like? Play the tabletop IRL? I do, yeah. Try to play weekly. Usually play on Saturdays. Deathwatch are good. Are they? I thought they were one of the ones that frequently posted low win rates. Cope? Okay, okay. Didn't realize. Now I play. Very nice. Remember when I said I'd never really get into the tabletop side? Yeah, it wasn't really at the top of my priorities. Like, I wasn't painting for the purpose of playing the tabletop. But some people I know, well, because they're essentially a couple of people who are younger brothers of friends I had in school, showed up and they were like, "Hey, by the way, do you want to play?" And I was like, "Okay, I guess so." They were working. They were trying. They were like they were asking me for a long time, and I was like, "Nah, I don't have an army ready. I don't have an army ready." But yeah, about I think it must be like almost 2 months ago now. I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll play a game," and yeah, it's really fun. I like it. It's one of them, Brother of Krabby. Yes. And the one that's fruit. Yes, those are the people. Speaking in code to avoid doxing anyone, but yeah. And yeah, we play pretty much weekly. And there's another one of their friends as well that plays with us, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So we, I think the armies that we have between us is I've got my Imperial Knights, I've got my Eldar, I've got some Tau, but they're not really functional on like as a standalone army yet. Then one of us runs Necrons, and then another one of us runs Slanesh demons. Then what are the other armies that are in play? There's Thousand Suns. Not me yet. I wish it were me, but I haven't even gotten to doing a lot of my Thousand Suns yet. And there's Iron Hands, and there's a Drukhari army. I think those might be all the armies that we have between us in our gaming group at the moment. I might have missed some. Time for Silverman or the Silverman to head to bed. Good night, people. Right out. Good night, Silver. Catch you later, mate. Post more videos so we can get to 750 for Magnus. True. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd want to do with my video content. That's like a thing that I'm sort of, like, a thing that I've struggled with for a while, is doing the, like, the painting, the videos of painting, is like, it's kind of soul-crushing to make those videos, because I'll have, like, let's say I had a really good painting session that I want to do, like put together, 10 hours of painting. I paint for 10 hours, then I'm editing, so then I watch through that shit on like 4 times speed so that I can pick out the bits that I like. So then that's another 2.5 hours just of watching the footage through. And then I'm editing all that shit together, and then I'm rewatching, and then I'm editing it down more, and then I'm rewatching and I'm editing it down more. And it's just like, that form of video making is so painful that I just did not enjoy doing it anymore. And I felt like quality-wise it wasn't amazing because it was just like fast time lapses of things, and a lot of the time the stuff was out of focus. So I do want to make video content, but I don't know if I want to do specifically painting content. Or if I do, I don't know if I'd want to do the time lapses of like the streams or the long format painting things. And I don't know if I'd want to go more towards just like shorter form Just like painting stuff for absolute beginners, because I can't I can't teach anyone that knows anything about painting. The only people that I could impart any knowledge onto is someone who's never held a paintbrush in their life. I feel like with your painting speed and the quality that comes out, YouTube videos could be pretty neat. I think that with how fast you put models out, I feel like you'd probably be more suited to doing like the faster time-lapse stuff that I am, because you're able, like, you wouldn't be editing down as much, like, just really slow, like, dead air painting. Because you just seem to, like, push that shit out like it's nothing. Like, you pump out so many painted minis, and they always look really nice. So I feel like it would probably be easier if you wanted to try it, of course. But yeah, it would probably be pretty good for you if you wanted to do YouTube. You could probably do those sorts of time-lapse videos more efficiently than I can. Like time-lapse shorts. The issue is with the time-lapse shorts is like I'd need to like pick out particular parts from the whole thing. So at the end of the day, the time-lapse shorts would end up being like an auxiliary thing to doing the whole the full-length time-lapse, because I'd still need to pick out the sections. So if I like doubled down and did all the full-length time-lapse, then the time-lapse shorts would be easy. So I just grab bits from the main video, focus on them, give it a bit of voiceover, and that's that. And then you have like the added bonus of funneling people from the shorts into the full videos. But I just, doing those really long, or I say really long, but doing like the full paint time-lapse videos, it often isn't the most enjoyable video for me. Sometimes I'll enjoy it, depending on what I'm painting or what I'm editing or how long it took to do on either side. It can be enjoyable, but it's such a chore to do that a lot of the times it just like sucks my life force out. Do something called Legion Imperialis. I'm already bought into 40k. That's I'm sorry, Paul. It's not happening. Like, you guys may have gotten me with the Imperial Knights way back then, and I was like, nah, I don't need to do Knights. I've got my 1,000 Suns. I've got my Tau. And then you got me with the Imperial Knights. Like, that's not going to happen again. It happened once, it can happen again. I'm stalwart, and more importantly, I am broke. What's your meme? It depends. One sec. Just muted the desktop audio. Ah, I see. I like the, is that you? in there? Look, they're just covering all bases. You never know. Okay, I think we've got all the exposed bits for this guy. Looking pretty good. We might just pick out a little bit of that. Awesome. Just realized I'm going to need to print out some more bases for the next 5 men that I've got coming, because I've got all of these guys on 3D printed bases because they look really nice, but I don't have enough for the additional 5 Wraith Guard that I've got. Sat9 boxes sold so poorly, your local game store is ripping them apart and selling the models inside. Really? What happened there? I thought there was like a lot of hype around like the Sat9 Terminators and Dreadnoughts. Did GW just super overstock or something? Or are they just like thinking they'd sell insanely well, but then they just didn't because they're only for Horus Heresy or something? Because I know everyone was really excited about the designs of them, thinking they looked awesome. But I can imagine that since they only have Heresy models, maybe there's a lot of people who, or Heresy stuff, they, a lot of people didn't touch them. Because that's like one of the big reasons that I didn't really give a fuck, because it was Heresy exclusive, so it's like, okay. There's no, I'm never going to be using those. If it was 40k, then there's at least the small chance that if I ever decided to continue my, my Space Marines at any point, then I could use them there. Overstock and the new Heresy 3.0 rules below? Right, okay. Your local game store has a lot of people planning kit bashes with the Sat9 stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are probably getting those those super cheap Sat9 models, and they're like, oh, I gotta do something with it. Sekitar opinions? I think they're neat. I got the, I bought the Warp Thrall Band, or whatever it's called, the Thousand Suns box that has them. I think they're alright. I feel like they're a little underwhelming. And not like the way they paint them in the box art is a bit meh. But I think the models themselves are pretty cool. Don't think they're amazing though. Like, I like the new Votan Tall Boys better than I like the Sekitar robots, or Sekitar, whatever, however they're spelled, or however they're said. I think they're Sehetar or oh no, it's like, it's some Egyptian shit. It's like Sekitar, I think. But yeah, I like the new Votan Tall Boys better than I like the than the Thousand Suns robots. But they're fine. They're not bad models, they're just, they're okay. Have an ongoing thing where you find which army has the worst box art, and your front runner is currently the Idneth Deep King from Age of Sigmar. They've got such cool models, though. Gonna hop off now. Have a good rest of the day. I post a work in progress you will later, but otherwise, bye. Right, I'll catch you later, Paul. Good to see you again, man. For some reason, the angles they chose for the models make them look so bad. Yeah, I do recall, like, when they first showed up on the website, I did brush them off, partially because they were Age of Sigmar, and so I wasn't super interested. And then also just because I had a brief look at the images on the page, and I was like, okay, it looks a little bit shit. But then when I ended up looking at them closer, I was like, man, these are really cool models. But yeah, I brushed them off mainly just because they were Age of Sigmar, and they didn't appear to be an Age of Sigmar version of any old world faction that I knew. Oop. Can't wait to get an Achillean Leviathan. I know you mentioned that one last time. I can't remember which one it is. If you just, I know I looked at it, but I don't remember which one it is. Which one is it again? Is that the is that the turtle? The big turtle? Is that the one? Or is it the big shark? One sec. Just need to quickly check something. I'm going to quickly just smooth out this paint and then double check something. Just need to make sure nothing pools awkwardly. It's the turtle. You already have the shark? Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm... If it's the one I'm thinking of, when I looked at it, the turtle is very cool. I'm pretty sure I looked at the turtle during the lunch break that we took last week, during the 9-hour stream. How would you convince me to paint the new Raven Guard model? That's... I'm sorry, Technic. That's not happening. First thing is, it's Space Marines. So the interest is already not there. And second thing is, it's Raven Guard. I have no issue with the Raven Guard. But they're not my guys. Like, Space Marines already are not really my guys, and then among Space Marines, Raven Guard are not my guys. I've got too much stake in Eldar and Tau and stuff to even begin looking at any Space Marines. Okay, just about there for this dude. Awesome, that should be pretty good. While that one dries, I will be right back. Oh, hang on, did I just see an unpainted set? The second you change the angle, you see the bits you missed. Like, it may just be under the arm. Not many people are going to see that, but I know it's there, so it has to be fixed. Yep, there we are. Oh, hang on. That bit needs to be fixed as well. Cool, we can let him dry now. Yep. I will be right back. One sec. Okay, I'm back. Oh man, I just walked out of my room and came back in. It's so cold in here because I have to keep it really cold so that the camera doesn't overheat. Did I ever watch your meme? I did. It was I did watch the meme. I watched it when you were spamming the chat earlier, Mac. It was it's quite a strange one. Technic made fun of your sleeves for some reason. Hang on, I need to see your sleeves now. Okay. Yep, I see what he means. Yep, I see what he means. I mean, I'm not surprised. We I feel like the sleeves track with everything we know about you. They totally do. Yeah, it didn't really clock with me when I first saw it. I just kind of accepted it, but I do see what you're getting at. You actually do not understand. If you have to describe Mac, those sleeves would be in the description. True. Your wrists get cold. Yeah, Mac, they're covering more than your wrists. They're like going like up onto your palm so that you can hold them like this. I know you hold your sleeves like this. Nothing wrong with it. It's just, it is quite amusing. You don't, I'm sure. Spent half the day accidentally punching you by accident. What does that mean? Did you miss a word, or am I just not understanding something? Punching your car, thank you phone. I see. How did you... What do you mean you were punching your car by accident? How does that happen? Angrier than Ron right now? Who is Ron? And why is Ron an angry guy? Is there lore that I'm missing? Is this like some Zoomer, like Roblox lore that I'm not familiar with? Ahoy, hey Sanju, how you going, mate? Work's over for the night. So, what time would it be for you right now? 2:16 here. Was it like 3 o'clock for you? 3 or 4? Being discriminated against for your sleeves and you don't understand. We're not discriminating against you. We're just marveling at how they aesthetically line with They track for the way we perceive you. They make sense. 5 a.m. Yikes. Okay, jeez. We're just saying that the way you present yourself is very honest. Which that could be a good thing, you know? You're true to yourself. What do you mean they track? I mean they check out. It makes sense. Oversized sleeves halfway up the hand. You understand? See, Sunju gets it. You may be under the influence, but I'm your favorite YouTuber. Oh, thank you. Although, I feel like that might be a pretty low bar in that case, because I am just some guy. I rarely paint, or rarely stream, don't upload, just some guy. I don't even know if I rise to the level of a YouTuber yet. But yeah, thanks nonetheless. Pigs on a blanket or calzones? I have no idea what pigs on a blanket are. Calzones go hard though. Love a good garlic and rosemary calzone. That shit slaps. Some guy who eats ants and soil, no less. Where did the soil come from, Jacko? Hang on. I feel like there's some slander coming in here. When did I eat soil? And I don't eat ants. Actually, I do eat ants as well. I was going to say I don't eat them, I drink them, but one of my favorite hot sauce is green ant hot sauce. That shit is fucking delicious. Oh. Okay, I thought my dog was woofing at the postman, but no, she's just woofing. Pigs in a blanket of hot dogs wrapped up in biscuit dough. I see. I've never had them before. Calzone goes hard though. Someone describe how your sleeves describe you. Do they make you a Warhammer fan? Mac, I feel like if you truly ask within yourself, you will understand, you will know the answer. What comes to mind to you, Mac, when you think of of someone who's walking around with their palms in their sleeves, holding them like this. Like, how do you imagine that person looks? If you search deep within yourself, what kind of person do you see? Everything you say gets made fun of for. We're not making fun of you. Okay, we're making fun of you a little bit, but this is not out of. Okay, this is not. We're not meant to. We're not trying to. This is not a bullying thing. This is a fun observation. You think they're muscular, 6'4", 400 pounds, pure muscle. See, you get it. You know what we're talking about. Is they're saying your space marine material? Exactly. That's exactly what we're saying, Mac. Glad we're on the same page now. Oh, fuck you guys. Did you actually only just get it, Mac? Look, it's not a bad thing. It seems like, from like the way you talk to us, it seems like that's kind of like the way, it seems like that's the way you want to present yourself. So that's awesome. That's nice that you're able to you're able to be yourself. That's cool. All right, I'm familiar with the wilting rose emoji. What's the chains? I need to learn. You radiate peak masculinity. Exactly. Look, that's the sort of thing is like That's the confidence that only high levels of testosterone could give you. Yeah, I think we got all the bits for this one. The chain means it's not broken yet. I see. I think there's much for me to learn with the oh, hang on, shit, this guy's arm is coming. Fuck. How is that? Okay, one sec. Can we save it? Looks like this guy was a this isn't a 3D print, so we should be able to plastic cement it back on. Tells out here, Gaslight Gate, keep out girl lossing. Look, it's the way of the world. I'm not gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping here though. We're just gaslighting and girl bossing. Okay. See if we can just sneak a bit of the plastic cement in there. Because that's not hit by the primer, so we should now just be able to stick that back together. Hello, Reese. Day one, don't even know. Yeah, yeah, Reese is, he is an OG. He was back here with the original gaming days. What brand of plastic glue? This is, I'm using the Tamiya, just the regular Tamiya plastic cement. I haven't used the extra thin before. I'd really like just the regular one though. We'll set this guy aside, let him hopefully have his arm glue back together. We'll paint a different one in the meantime. Never mind, it's a day one, you don't even know. Yeah, Reese was here when I was playing, like, Outer Wilds and Resident Evil and, bloody Little Nightmares and stuff. He's been in for the long run. He's a beast. Weird, you only have the green one. Applicator's different. Yeah, the green one I think is the extra thin. Yeah, I've never used the extra thin before. Been watching for a year, almost watching for a year. That is crazy. This past year has just disappeared. Been so fast. Another 12-hour workday, dodging pots and pans tomorrow. Ooh, Fun. Yeah, thankfully I have not had to work in food service. That would I feel like food service would. I think I've said this before. I don't like the idea of working in food service. Regular customer service is bad enough for me. I don't need to deal with hungry customers. Prepping that ice in the fryer for your final shift. Jesus, that's fucked. Actual terrorism. The tip you got today is that basically an hour's work and you aren't even allowed to accept tips, which is stupid. So what happened to the tip? Was it just like in pocket, or did it just go into the register? To be 2T released back in 2010, making it the oldest Minecraft Anarchy server to your knowledge. Why? So why are we talking about 2B2T? Hey, hang on, Mac. What is older, you or 2B2T? So I feel like it'd be pretty close. This is a close competition here. You're older by a year? I see. Holy shit, Noah's younger than 2B2T. That's something I didn't need to know. People have already been using Photoshop to kit bash the new Steeljacks. Are the Steeljacks they're the tall Votan, are they? The Ironkin? 'Cause I really like them. I think I've said this, but if Votan get a good combat patrol, then I might be in trouble. Back, painting first ever, guys, still because you're gonna play games tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, welcome back, by the way, Juggernaut. But yeah, what did you say are the minis that you're painting? Because you're starting off with Kill Team, aren't you? Have they not already announced the new combat patrol? Unless they announced it pretty recently, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen the combat patrol. If they have announced a new one, the only one I know of is the one where it's just a bunch of dudes, no weapons teams, no vehicles, no steeljacks or anything. It's just a bunch of their default models. What are we? We do not shorten combat patrol in this live chat. Thank you, Mac. Thank you. Hold the line. Yeah, I've become desensitized to it because people have done it so much. But yes, it is quite strange, a little bit awkward when we shorten when we abbreviate combat patrol. We do often get people who are not super knowledgeable on Warhammer coming through here. It would be a bit awkward to have them come in as someone's talking about that. Hierotech Circle's the kill team you went with, so there's a Technomancer, 2 Deathmarks, 2 Immortal Guardians, and a Despotech, Reanimator, and Accelerator. Deathmarks and Technomancer paired are the only things keeping Necron somewhat usable. Right, okay. Yeah. I really like Deathmarks in general. I don't know if I've seen the Deathmarks in the Hierotech kill team, but I love the aesthetics of Deathmarks. So I imagine that kill team versions of them would look so cool. You sent me the new combat patrol. Alright, one sec, I'll have a quick look. I'll just quickly make sure I don't have any pooling going on here. Okay, what have we got? Let's see this Votan combat patrol. No way that's the new one. That is the one I've seen. That's the new one? Oh, that's such a sad combat patrol. There's no way that's the new one. That's like GW putting the fucking baby carrier in the new Grey Knights combat patrol. Like, that model is ancient and it's going to get redone. They're just sneaking that shit in there to get rid of it. Grey Knights one is even worse. Yeah, that was... yeah, it's quite funny. Ugh. I am just... I was gonna say that I'm just praying they don't do anything like that to any of the factions that I care about. And then I remembered that the new Knights mini release, the first new Knights model in like 7 years, is alternate weapons for a Questoris Knight. And it's being put in a separate box. And it got delayed, pushing the whole fucking, like, everything back for Knights. Pretty sure we were meant to have Knights before Templars and Grey Knights, but it just, soul destroying. Iron Hands, true. Did I link the Iron Hands meme, or did someone else link the Iron Hands meme? No, okay, that was Dipper linking the Iron Hands meme. Yeah, so good. I really liked the one that Dipper put in the Discord. Debating buying the new Dicterian Combat Patrol, as you want most of the multiple of most things in it, minus the Parasite. Love the look of the Hive Guard. Want more Biovores, and the Gene Seals look cool. The isn't that Tyranids Combat Patrol the first Combat Patrol that is named? Because they have 2 separate Combat Patrols with that now, don't they? And that one, with that particular one with the Hive Guard and the Parasite and shit in it, that one's got a name. I don't think I've ever seen our Combat Patrol that's got like a title. You like the Iron Hands Combat Patrol? Iron Hands are just worse Iron Warriors, though. You're going to upset a lot of people with those words. Yeah, I don't know if people are going to take kindly to that statement. Old Combat Patrol for Tyranids is vanishing. Okay. I wasn't sure if they were running both of them in parallel going forwards, and they just had one with the name so that you could differentiate it from the default one or not. But yeah, it makes sense if they're replacing it. Just weird that they're releasing it with a name attached then. Unless that's just going to be the standard going forwards. Have a good night. You heading off, Technic? I will catch you later, mate, if you're heading off. Yes, I've had a long day. Right, no worries. Yeah, I'll catch you later, mate. Have a good one. Yeah, I think this guy is pretty good. I don't think I missed any. Oh, actually, yeah, just there in the torso. But your mum and younger brother might die yesterday, so you didn't get much sleep. Jesus. Well, I hope they're doing alright. Tsunami warning turned out to be nothing, so did a lot of useless worrying. Oh, right. Yeah, you guys. I saw you guys mentioning the tsunami in the Discord yesterday. Yeah, I hadn't heard anything about it. I mean, it's better to be safe than caught off guard. Leaving aside biases on who your favorite faction is, who do you think looks the coolest? Which faction has the best models? So it's impossible to fully leave behind the bias. I will say 40k, my favorite faction's models. I'm going to be leaning towards Imperial Knights. That's the whole reason I got into building Imperial Knights, so it's not exactly bias. I got into Imperial Knights because the models are fucking awesome. Although I would say that a lot of the Tyranid ones look really nice now. I reckon Orcs have probably got some of the less amazing models that I've seen. One of my mates, he's like getting into it, and I helped him paint some of his. I showed him like how to paint a couple months ago. Painted a couple of Orc boys with him, and I love the Orcs. The models are a little bit, they're a little old. But yeah, I would say probably Imperial Knights are some of the coolest models. Nid's a peak. Yeah, I think that some of the Nid models are not amazing, but most of them are really, really good now. Eldari after the new releases, maybe. Yeah, I'd say... Actually, I'm trying to think, are there any Eldar models that I don't like? I'm not a huge fan of striking scorpions in general. But that's more just like, that's purely a design thing. But I guess that sort of ties into it. Yeah, I'd say that, like, out of Eldar, the Eldari models that I don't like are actually, okay, hang on. The Farseer and the Warlocks look fucking atrocious. They are actually so sad. Like, these are meant to be your centerpiece hero models. They're so shit. I love all of the Eldari infantry. Aspect shrines minus the striking scorpions, just because I'm not a fan of the design of them. But like all of the other aspect shrines are awesome. The wraiths are awesome. The vehicles are really cool. And then the psychers are just kind of shit. Spirit Seers look really cool. I like the Spirit Seer model. But the Warlocks and the Farseer, they're just so boring. You love Egyptian themes, so Necrons and Thousand Suns draw you in. Thousand Suns beside Magnus are by far the coolest Space Marine faction. True and real. That is objectively a true statement. I welcome you. generic characters, so they look generic. But you can have generic look, like you can have a generic character without them looking generic. Have you seen the Votan Grimnir? That's a generic character. That guy is sick as hell. Like you can still have a, like Farseer is a generic. They're not named, like they're not epic heroes, but a Farseer is still like a big deal for the Eldar. Like those guys are, they're important characters, even if they're generic. You can still make the model look interesting. Stupid Gilliman can now permanently kill Necrons in the lore. No one likes Gilliman. Hang on. What? No, that's fucked up. Necrons literally can't repopulate. Why are we perma-killing Necrons? Like, the Avatar of Cain gets killed every Tuesday because he respawns. Why are we outright killing Necrons? If he kills Necron, he can sever the reanimating protocols. Right. Like, I understand Necrons can, like, perma-die without Gilliman just, like, without someone being able to just, like, spit on them and then just say, no, you're not respawning. But, like, because if you, like, obliterate the tomb world, they can't really respawn anymore. But, like, that's a big investment. Like, the Necron's whole thing is you, like, when you're fighting them, they're gonna keep coming back. But Robot Gorilla Man says no. No, but I would say that for me, my biggest pet peeve of the past couple of years is the Wraithbone changes. That one sent me. I like rage, anger coursing through my veins. I was still not happy about it. Like, how do we go from Wraithbone being this awesome, like, extra dimensional shit that bone singers have to, like, that the Eldar have to sing into existence? They form it out of the warp. It is like condensed warp that is like that, and that's what they make the shit out of, and that's why it's so cool. No one else can do this shit. And now it's just like a composite of different materials and metals and woods and shit that they use to make their stuff. And it's like, what? Why? You've just taken, like, the thing that made their primary material so cool and unique, and, like, unique to them because only they can make it, and now it's just, like, it's just an alloy? They just made it, like, Eldar version of ceramite? Hello? Excuse me? Why did we change this? Literally nothing was gained by changing this. Broodlord might also ask. Not familiar with the Broodlord. I probably don't know what it looks like because it's quite bad, and so I've probably looked at it briefly and went, nope, don't like that, and then moved on. I'll check it out after I've painted this dude. Brohammer, no. Is Brohammer a guy? Is Brohammer a person who also crashed out about the Wraithbone changes? Don't want more Trazens. Love him, he's funny, but we don't need 30 separate Trazens all splitting themselves into 30 more Trazens. Yeah. I mean, he's cool because he's unique. Like, you don't need to turn the whole faction into a meme just because he's the most popular character of the faction is a meme. Like, the thing that makes him popular is the fact that he is a meme in a faction of very serious, fucked up murder robots. You ever heard the term brochacho? Brohammer is a play on that for the Warhammer community. Okay, I've never heard of brohammer used as a substitute for brochacho. Not gonna lie, I understand what brochacho is. I've never heard someone say brochacho either. But I am often out of the loop on a lot of things. Murderbot is a pretty okay show. I've never seen it, Gavin, I'm sorry. I feel like this is every interaction I have with you. I will say something, you will say something referencing something, and I will respond with, I've never heard of this, or I've never seen this in my life. Deal spot and get a Patriarch for £15 on Troll Trader instead of a shitty Broodlord. Ah. You know what the Warp Coven kill team is? I've never seen it. From the sounds of it, I'm assuming it's Thousand Suns. I haven't seen the models though. what governs Thousand Suns, but it doesn't have a box, so you just get the 3 sorcerers, the rubrics box, and the go to box, and pick and choose you guys every time you start a game. Oh, interesting. Weird that it doesn't have wait, you have up to 6 guys each goat. Oh, when you say goat, are we talking about Zangors? You can have up to 6 guys each. A Zangor counts as half a person. Weird. It's an odd way of doing a kill team. Very Thousand Suns though, where it's just like, well, I guess because very Zinchian, just do whatever the fuck. Oh yeah, from my most recent encounters with Thousand Suns on tabletop, because we've been playing a crusade, and one of the players is running a Thousand Suns army. Doombolt is fucked up. That spell is insane. Like every game the Thousand Suns player plays, his Doombolts are just absolutely obliterating us. Like, what the fuck? And apparently it used to be stronger as well. Okay. Just about good for this guy. I think we've got all the white sections done for him. I'm happy enough with that. Where are we? Oh, one sec. Sorry, sorry, I missed some things in the Discord. Oh, looks like, is that your first mini there, Juggernaut? One sec. Honestly, you say it's really bad. Honestly, you've done really well. Like, that's solid as hell. Nice work, mate. For a first mini, that goes hard. I really like what you've done with the base as well. Like, it took me so long to even start thinking about doing good bases, or even like doing creative things with bases. So honestly, that is a very good first mini. Nice work. I would say that probably the only thing that, the main thing that you probably want to get used to is thinning down the paint for the metallic on the shoulders there. Although I'm not sure if that's the metallic of the paint being lumpy, or if the guy's just modeled like that, because it looks like he's sort of, the mini is meant to be half melted, so I don't know if his shoulders are lumpy like that, or if it was just a matter of thinning him down. Actually just suck at glowing, that's essentially it. I see. Well, in any case, the way it's ended up looking, it does look like the guy's sort of emerging from the lava, and it makes him look like he's kind of melted. So it doesn't go super against it in that case, because you've done him on a lava base. That's why I wasn't entirely sure there. It was like, I wasn't sure if it was the model is like that and he's half melted, or if it was just like something that you were struggling with. But for example, like, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can always make things look better, or make things fit by sort of structuring the build around it. Like, if I chip my my mini while I'm cleaning it up with the knife, then I'll just, like, later on when I'm doing battle damage and that sort of thing, it just fits in because it just looks like the armor has chipped from bullets or that sort of thing. So you can always sort of play around with any mistakes that you make. In situations like that as well, though, if you get like a lump of glue on top of the shoulder pad, before you prime him and start painting, if you want, you can just carve that away with a knife. Actually got all of your bases done before painting any Necrons, though, so once you finish your Technomancy, you'll send a picture of the whole gang. Nice, yeah. Looking forward to it. Always fun to see how people paint, like, these schemes that people paint their Necrons in. Because Necrons were some of the first dudes that I painted, and I just had a box of Immortals, and I was just sort of playing around with different color schemes on them, so I've got 3 Immortals painted differently. Don't know if other people have this, but there's insta-glue spray that as you're gluing, you put it on, making it so you can't change much of the glue after it's on. Yeah, sounds like you're using spray contact adhesive. That's like essentially contact adhesive is you'll apply it and then you let it sit there and it goes tacky, and then when you push something against it, it sticks instantly. How to stop people from thinking you like ding-dongs. Do you not, though, Mac? Have you not outright said that you swing that way? Don't trust yourself with a scalpel, seeing as Necrons are kind of flimsy models. Yeah, no, it can be a little bit, like, nerve-wracking when you're trying to sort of carve things away. Because you don't want to accidentally just, like, snap the model or slip and then catch yourself. It took me a while to sort of learn how to use the knife relatively safely. You said you had a boyfriend, but, like... I mean... That's like the logical progression if... You don't want everyone to know you like guys like that. I mean, usually when you say you have a boyfriend, the logical, like, progression that people are going to have is that they're going to go down and go, oh, okay, he's gay then. Nothing wrong with that. But I guess if you don't want people to know, then you don't have to, or don't want people to think that you do, then you can just choose not to share it. Always an option. Probably the easiest way. Is it possible to be a man and have a boyfriend and not be gay? I mean, you can be bi. And I imagine you could probably also be a man, have a boyfriend, and just at least not be sexually interested in men. Maybe you just like the romance of it. Nothing wrong with that either. Just like the emotional connection. Honestly, it's more of the fact that someone saw your sleeves and immediately was like, yeah, he's gay. Okay, look, there's nothing wrong with that, Mac. If you're comfortable that way, then that's all good. And look, it's the sleeves don't immediately out you as being gay. It's just that is a little bit of an effeminate way of wearing your hoodie sleeves. It's not like a dead giveaway. It's just like a thing where if you notice it, you notice it. The sleeves gave it away. But look, like, if you're comfortable wearing your sleeves like that, then wear your sleeves like that. You shouldn't let yourself be bothered by what other people think about you. But yeah, Mac. Serious advice from 25-year-old Unk. Look, you're in high school. Don't worry about being self-conscious. Everyone else is also self-conscious as hell. Most people are probably not going to be paying attention to the things that you're self-conscious about. And if they are, then they're just being a dickhead, and that's that. So, like, yeah. Just don't worry about it. Be you, my friend. Just because you wear hugely oversized clothing and meow in public should not be below your gay. Okay, hang, okay, whoa. I feel like I just read something about meowing in public. I must have misread that. Hang on. Just because I wear hugely oversized clothing and I meow in public. No, okay, yep, you did say that. Look, I can't protect you from that. At that point, that's it's beyond my control. If paint on the head is cool, what is it? So the head, I dry brushed it in lead belcher, then I overbrushed it in lead belcher, and then I dry brushed Vallejo aluminium over the top section, and then I used Croxagore scales for the blue. Came out really nicely. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. It was very satisfying to do the heads on these dudes. Mac, if you do things that are obviously gay, then people are going to know you're gay. They're wise words from Gavin. Also, it's going to be the best contrast yellow paint you've ever seen. It's really nice, yeah. Yeah, because I've got Imperial Fist as well, but it's just not this. Like, Imperial Fist is just not that great. Why'd I say aluminium like that? I said aluminium like that because that's the correct way to say it. Sometime early, sometime mid, like, I'm not sure if it's like early or midway through America's history, some dude came along and was like, we're gonna rewrite like half of the English language so that it's American English. And when they did that, they cut letters out of a lot of words. So, for example, the word color, in real English, we spell that C-O-L-O-U-R, but he decided, nah, it's not going to be color, it's going to be color. So the real way to to say the real way that aluminium is spelt is it's inium, not inum. It's aluminium, not aluminum. It was cheaper to print with less letters, so they cut out redundant letters. Was that actually the reasoning? Because it was a printing thing? Trying to figure out why it looks orange in the pot and yellow in the model. Well, I mean, when I go on quite thick, it does look more orange. So, like, when I put it on like that, it is orange, but then when I spread it out thinner, it's it goes more yellow. It's quite nice. Remember seeing some shit like that. I'd have to look it up again, but at 6 AM you'll sleep instead. Yeah, fair enough. You should go to sleep. Yeah, go to bed, Sunju. I don't know why you even why you joined the stream after getting home at 4:30 or 5 or whatever it was instead of going to bed. But hey, you do you, I guess. You're boring, gonna go talk to your boyfriend? Righto, I'll catch you later, Mac Mac. Have fun talking to your boyfriend. But as an aside, that is one of the ways that you, without a shadow of a doubt, just tell people you're gay. If you don't want people to know you're gay, then that's probably one of the things that you should be aware of. One must ball in life, one must ball. I guess so. I can't argue with that. I don't know if I'd necessarily say that hopping into some guy's live stream after working like all night is necessarily balling, but you do you. Just finished your last normal goober besides the Technomancer, and just peek at him. You have your work cut out for you. Going to be a fun project for your first painting session. Know what the Technomancer looks like. Yeah. I'm more or less familiar with what the Technomancer looks like. I don't think I've seen the Kill Team version though. Yeah, I know the regular one. I don't think I know what the Hyrotech Circle one looks like though. He's asleep, so you can't talk to him. Sorry, can't talk to him. That's unfortunate. Guess that means you just have to stay here with us. Oh no. Every Shells of Iron stream gets worse in quality. Airbrushing streams were brutal. You didn't like the of the airbrushing streams? Those are some of my all-time favorites. How'd you even spell that? No. I think the general way Americans tend to spell the Australian no is like nor, like N-A-W-R. But it's just me saying no. I am not leaving. Mac is here to stay. Digging his heels in. Okay, I think that's all the parts of his body we need to get. Looking pretty good. You know, I'm just saying no, but for the life of you can't figure out how or why people started pronouncing it that way. Well, so because we started from English accent, and the way that I understand the Australian accent is it's just English, like it's just like British English, but lazy. That's the best that I can explain it. So vowel sounds just get drawn out, and that's pretty much it. Most of it just comes from vowels getting drawn out, and I guess there's a little bit more nasal pronunciation than regular British English. Prisons. The thing is, surprisingly, the prisoner population of Australia didn't actually make up for that many of the population. Like it was mostly just settlers. Like there were prisoners for sure, but it was just a lot of settlers. A lot of English, a lot of Irish, a lot of Dutch, I believe. I think those were the big demographics that came to Australia. But for example, I'm pretty sure Ned Kelly, he's the guy. I'm pretty sure he was, his family was all Irish. They were Irish settlers, not convicts. Although one would expect that Ned Kelly would have been a convict. But no, I'm pretty sure they were just settlers. Why? Because he's Irish? No. Oh, no. Look, we would expect him to have been a prisoner, not because he's Irish, but because the Kelly gang, so him and his boys, they're famous for planning a railway heist, wherein they were going to, I don't know if they succeeded in derailing the train or not, but they ended up holing up in a bank, wearing suits of armor that they had built at home out of like cast iron and shit, and getting into a gunfight with the authorities, and their armor was fucking bulletproof, and they like that's what made them famous, was they were wearing bulletproof cast iron armor. And they tried to heist a train and then holed up in a fucking bank and went down in a shootout. So that's the part that would make them seem like they should have been convicts. But no, they were just poor Irish people. Bro, you're stupid. When you went to the game store for your paints, got one single base paint, and the rest were contrast. Base paint was a small black tub that you're already out of. Ah, rip. Yeah, no, that's something that that happens to all of us. I also, early on in my painting adventure, I didn't read the tags for the paints, and yeah, I ended up getting things that were not the most useful. I liked the color, but it didn't really work. Wouldn't exactly surprise anyone if someone who was Irish got sent to Australia as a prisoner. Oh, for sure. Actually, now that you mention it, it is entirely possible that Ned Kelly's dad might have been a convict. I'm pretty sure they were settlers though. But his dad, they might have actually come from convicts. I could have just lied about his origins. He might have just been both Irish and a convict. It's like that song, Is He Gay or European? And at the end, he's both gay and European. Alright, you had enough for the night. Good night, everyone. Righto, catch you later, Phobic. She got more black, but you should be good. Didn't know the difference in paints, and got all contrast and airbrush paints without even having an airbrush. Airbrush paints aren't too bad. Airbrush paints you can use, you can brush them on just fine. For example, this bright aluminium that I use is an airbrush paint. You can brush it just fine. So airbrush paints, they're essentially just pre-thinned, so you don't want to mix them with any water. They're thin enough to brush as is. But yeah, contrasts, you do really need to have a lighter base layer underneath in order to get anything out of them. Probably should have primed you guys as well. Ah, yeah. I thankfully I knew ahead of time, like when I was getting into it. I always like will hardcore watch lots of videos before I try to do something new. So I knew to prime my dudes going in. Yeah, I don't know what the results would generally be like without priming. I imagine that it would just be a bit frustrating. I imagine you could probably just wipe your paint off accidentally, just with your thumb, just because it's not exactly going to stick super well to the plastic. Like, it'll stick, but it's probably not going to be amazing, so probably easy to accidentally bump off. So airbrush paint's really capable of being used in an airbrush without being thinned, or is it just clever marketing? They're usually fine. It depends on the brush, on the paint. But for most of the airbrush paints that I've run through my airbrush, they've been fine as is. Normally, I will add a little bit of thinner as well, just to make sure. But for a lot of them, I've found that, yeah, any thinner really just turns them to liquid, and they just split when you spray them on. So a lot of the time, they're thinned pretty well. I haven't used an airbrush white yet. I don't know if I have an airbrush white, actually. But I wouldn't be surprised if an air white would need to be thinned a little bit at least. Just because white pigment density is so thick that it might just block up the brush anyway. You've been using white ink while airbrushing? Yeah, maybe I need to try using my ink while, through my airbrush, because I struggle so much trying to get any, nice solid finish with, white paint out of the airbrush. Which is annoying, because for my Craft World Eandon, I prime them white, and it's really important to get a super nice, solid white coat when you're using contrast paints. Oh my god, fucking jump scare. I keep forgetting about that. Thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. Welcome. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so I struggle a lot trying to get a nice, solid, white base layer out of my airbrush. I've tried using the Vallejo airbrush or air white for priming. Maybe I just need to add a dash of black just so that it covers a bit more easily, so it won't be pure white, but just do a builder's white, and then at least that way it might cover more nicely. Because the main thing is just getting a solid, even finish. That was intentional. Yeah, that's the sound that the channel makes, Gavin, when when someone subscribes now. I keep forgetting that I've done it. And because the traffic is generally pretty low on streams, it doesn't happen that often. Sound like Miss Piggy grunting in annoyance. I hate that. It's actually so accurate though. Why? Yeah, I will have you know, Gavin, that was the sound of a stretch. I was not, it was not Miss Piggy, I was having a bit of a stretch. Ink doesn't come out splotchy like a lot of white paints you've noticed? Right, okay. Yeah, I think I might give that a shot, next time I'm brushing, or next time I'm airbrushing white. What I'll probably do is I'll do my regular just easier, like quicker coat with the white primer, and then on top of that, I'll go with the airbrush ink. Well, and I'll just airbrush the ink over it and see how well that sort of solidifies it. Used as an alert. It's funny as hell. Look, my private Discord server with my friends from school. I think I mentioned this in the past, but one of my friends is an absolute, like, he's a freak. He's a voyeur. He's a people watcher, and when we're playing games, if I ever make a noise that he finds half amusing, he will save the last 30 seconds. And then turn that sound effect into just one of the noises on the Discord soundboard. And so my private Discord server has, like, it has a lot of those sorts of noises. And I was like, look, I need notification sounds. I guess I've got these. Made a concoction of the black and 2 silvers, stirred it and slathered it on a dry brush, and just went to town on you guys before you started painting. Was essentially a primer. I see. Yeah, I think the main appeal of the primer is not just that it's a base layer. The main appeal is that it does help your paint stick. So I'd be like, I would probably look to prime your future minis, just because the thing that I'd be worried about with not using a dedicated primer is that if your minis get bumped or knocked around, or like someone with greasy hands picks them up, there's a good chance that without a dedicated primer, the paint might just peel straight off the model. Whereas at least with a primer, it's designed to stick really hard to the mini, or like to the plastic, and then your paint sits on top of that, and it grabs really nicely to the primer. Have I done contrast over a zenithal? I've done it before. I haven't done it on these guys, though. Might be worth doing, but I'm thinking with these dudes, I want to keep it relatively simple. Because I'm army painting, I want to just get them out of the way where I can. And also, I feel like sometimes I'm not necessarily a huge fan of some of the finishes I can get out of zenithals, but it might just be because I might have in the past gone a bit too harsh with my zenithal highlights, and so it was sort of like very clear where like the break between black and white is. But if it was more just like a lighter grey dusting, then that might be good. But like for sure, when I go to my larger minis, like I got a Wraith Knight that I'm gonna work on. I haven't even built it yet, but that's going to be part of my Craftworld Eandon setup. That Wraith Knight, I'm going to put a lot more focus on the light and dark sections. Next scoop is a Rubric Marine set. The guy's selling you pre-built and primed. Hopefully, those go better as you try to put together Warp Coven team. Yeah, nice. Have fun with them. I will say, I haven't actually painted any of my Thousand Suns yet, but everything that I've heard about them is that if you want to paint Thousand Suns in bulk, they are a pain in the ass because they've got a lot of trim. But for only a few dudes, it should be good fun for you. Nice practice for doing smaller detail work. You did a reverse Zenithal with pink sprayed from the bottom, then yellow to the top. Looked really cool, or it looked really good. Yeah, no, that seems like it'd be a really neat way to go, because you get a lot of that vibrancy from down like in your lower sections. Yeah, I need to think about. I feel like that's one thing I need to focus on more. Is I've kind of, for a while, I haven't really been thinking about like cool new shit I can do. So yeah, I think I need to like get back into the habit of thinking about different things that I can do with the paints that I have, rather than just putting the paints on the model. Because it's a lot of fun when you've got paints and you've like figure out a new way to do something. That's always a fun process. Okay, this guy's looking pretty good. I think that's all of the Wraith Guard. 10 of them? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, so we've got those dudes there. Have got their base layer on them now. So now it's just going to be the Wraith Lord. Now, I did like these guys originally, but now that I've started painting them, I have come to appreciate the simplicity of the regular ones rather than this third-party one, because this third-party one, because of how many little details he's got on him, it can cause a lot of the oranges to pool consistently. So I need to work really hard to try to keep this as smooth as possible to avoid pooling. Did the same thing with Fire Dragons, came out good as well. What yellow am I using? This is Eandan Yellow Contrast. One sec. So it's specifically made for this color scheme, which is nice. It's always nice when they make it easy for you. But yeah, really like it. I will say that this is probably my favorite contrast paint that I've had to date, the Croxagore scales. That's what I've used on their on all these dudes' heads, and also on their tabards. The difference between the head and the tabard is, since this had a metallic undercoat where this was just white, we do have the sort of difference in texture between those two, so it almost looks like different paint. Well, not necessarily different paint, but it's different enough that I think it works out, and we sort of get the distinction between your more solid surfaces and your softer ones with the fabric. Yeah, that one here. I think this is probably the nicest looking tabard I have. That one there. It settled really nicely into the recesses of it. Yeah, the texture on this model as well isn't great, because I sort of fucked up a bit when I was painting it, and I ended up stripping it back and then repainting it. But the I couldn't get rid of all of the strip or all of the paint, and then the stripper also damaged the resin because it's a 3D print rather than a plastic model. So the quality of this model isn't the best, sadly. But I'll get a real Wraith Lord at some point to replace him, or maybe not replace him, but just to run alongside him. And then in situations where I'm only running one Wraith Lord, I will run the real one instead of this third-party one. But who knows? We might be able to make this look good. Well, I've just noticed this is not in focus in the slightest. Let's see if we can pull this forward. That's backwards. Pull it forward about there. That's where we want it. And yeah, main thing is for this big guy, yeah, we're going to try to keep this as thin as possible so that it's just as yellow as we can get it, and then only really have it pool in the specific details that we want to pick out. And we just want to be aware of the fact that there's a lot of unwanted texture all over this model that we don't want it to pick out. Well, I've just realized I'm gonna actually just quickly wipe this clean, because there's a section there that I want to get rid of. I probably should have double checked this before I started painting, but there are going to be bits that I want to clean up, so I'll put some white over that just to eliminate the really big chunks where I've fucked up. We'll just see if we can get rid of the worst of this. Don't need to completely remove it, but just enough that we don't have any really solid parts or where it's pooling. You love some contrast paints. Unfortunately, you did your whole Eldar army based in Moot Green, so you don't know a contrast paint close to that. But maybe Striking Scorpion, but you haven't tried it yet. Yeah, Striking Scorpion will probably do it, because Moot Green's quite dark. The Striking Scorpion will probably just give you that little bit of depth to it. Might be nice. But yeah, I'll just quickly apply a little bit of white ink over these sections where I've got some stray bits of paint from when we were doing the head. I'll just get that in there like that. Doesn't need to be perfect, but we just want to clean up any sections that don't look great. What type of paint am I using on their heads? 3 different paints went onto the heads there. So started off with a an overbrush of lead belcher, so covered the whole lot in lead belcher. Then over the high points, so over the round section and then the top of the crown, we hit that with Vallejo's aluminium, so very bright silver. And then after that, it was Croxagore Scales contrast paint. And yeah, I'm just going to quickly do a once over on this model, just sort of touching up any bits that look really gross. Any bits where the base coat isn't as solid as I would like it to be. It's aluminum, not aluminium. Hang on, you just wrote aluminum twice. You just wrote aluminum twice. But also, joke's on you. Vallejo is a European brand. That says aluminium, my friend. Checkmate. You still got me? Look, I was just assuming that you were probably trying to correct the way I was saying it. You said aluminum and not aluminum. They're both aluminum there. Okay, that's probably going to be good enough. Because there's a wrong and right spelling. There is a wrong and right spelling, and the right spelling is the one where the way it was spelt originally, the correct way, where everyone else in the world says it. Every other English-speaking country. Actually, I don't know where Canada falls on the American versus English writing / pronunciation. But at least everyone that isn't on the continent of North America. Will I be on here tomorrow night? Maybe? What is it tomorrow? That's gonna be a Friday. Probably? Yeah. But we'll say a tentative yes. And you're kind of hard to rage bait, no matter that. You got to lock in the technomancer before you get sleep deprived headache. Yeah, like I cannot be rage baited. I am the master gaslighter. You're not gonna get me. I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just chilling. Well, actually, no. I'm sure there are some things that people who have been here long enough know they can say that will infuriate me. But let's just hope they don't say those things. Canada's just America with a few extra steps. I feel like that will upset a lot of people. You're thinking Thursday since when I started it was still Wednesday? Ah, I see, yeah. No, I'm living in the future. Yeah, tomorrow is a Friday for me. Do kind of seem like a guy who would play Tau. True and real. Actually true. I'm a Tau guy. That's me. I am the Tau guy. I've got... Oh, man, actually, fuck. I really want to go back and paint more of my Tau after my Eldar. Because I've got, what have I got at the moment? I've got my broadside, I've got my stealth suit squad, I've got a riptide, and I've also then unassembled, in boxes, I've got an absolute fuckload of other battle suits. I've got 2 more broadsides, another riptide, 2 ghost keels, I've got 3 squads of crisis suits, 2 commanders, and Commander Farsight. Like, man, fuck. So many Tau that I need to do. Since it's 2 AM for you now, Friday's also tomorrow for you. So you just ask if I'm streaming Thursday night. Whatever you get, so I know what you're saying. I don't know how to phrase it. Next stream being tomorrow-ish. We'll say, yeah, tentative yes. I am available. It'll just come down to what my schedule is looking like in terms of like how far along I've progressed on this shit, because some of my stuff I will need to airbrush, and I know that that's not the most exciting thing on stream because it's just wind tunnel, just and I'm on the funny mic while I'm doing it. We will see. Also because I've got to 3D print some stuff tomorrow, and that will be a matter of, like, I can print while I'm streaming, but then I need to do multiple prints, and so in between the prints there's a lot of cleaning shit up, and I don't really have anything set up for me to do that on stream. You know, if you ever get a bunch of 1,000 Suns on Necrons, you don't think you'll pull together what I can and just send them your way? Look, Juggernaut, I have got both 1,000 Suns and Necrons. in my gaming group, we have a Thousand Suns player and a Necron player. I am not giving up my minis. They are mine. They are part of my dragon horde, and I will sit on them until the day I die. You don't know what hardware store I work at, so you can know. Because they always pay very well for me to be able to afford all this stuff. Look, who said I can afford all this stuff? There's a reason I try to avoid buying new minis. So he just has daddy's money. I wish. Open to becoming a sugar baby. Anyone wants to fund my Warhammer addiction? Actually, no. I take that back. I have no services that I can offer as a sugar baby. I need to become a VTuber. Just anime girl model. You guys would all throw money at the screen if I did that, right? That'd be like easy hack. Just really dial up the parasocial relationships. Just go all in on it. Tier 5 membership, I will be your kitten for a night. You know? I feel like we could probably... We could get a few more Imperial Knights out of that. If we set up that scheme, I reckon we'd be rolling in minis. You'd gain new followers, but you'd just leave. Yeah. Yeah, I would not, like, I would not be surprised. Sorry, I'm not surprised. Doesn't your dad pay you? Oh, he pays me. It's not crazy money. It's like standard wage. If your retirement plan comes through one of these weeks, you'll pay me a bunch of minis. I'm looking forward to it. Look, maybe you'll be lucky this time, Gavin. There's another YouTuber you like watching who's doing a painting stream right now using a VTuber avatar. I see. Yeah, no, like... VTuber, like, Warhammer VTubers are a thing to my knowledge, but in all seriousness, like, I have in the past considered the VTube thing, but at the same time, I don't think it's a fit for the community. Like, the community would probably grow, but it wouldn't be the same community anymore. If I were doing a new channel, and that was just that was my goal going in, then I would probably be open to doing that. But I don't really want to, like, convert the channel into something else, like, midway through. And also because I feel like part of, like, doing, like, a VTuber thing is you're not really, like... It's less of a being yourself kind of thing. It's like inherently there is a bit of a character there, whereas I like these streams because it's just very, like, just because I'm able to talk candidly, it's just like a very relaxed sort of just, I'm just saying shit while I talk, well, while I paint my minis. Sitting at 410 mil right now, can buy both of us a ton of minis. Huge! So what would that be accounting for tax? How much of that would disappear into the government's pocket? Like, you'd still get a lot of money after you win, but I feel like you would definitely would not be receiving $400 million from it. Wait, am I collaborating with Henry Cavill for a painting stream? That's not my job to do. That'd be Noah would have to collaborate with Henry Cavill, because Cavill does, he's a custodians guy. I don't have any custodies. We need to get Noah on there. Noah is our resident custodies expert. If the VTuber was an orc freebooter, then maybe. True. That would actually go hard. You'd probably take the cash option instead of the 20-year payout, but either way it'd be a boatload of money to buy minis. I assume if you do the 20-year payout, you'd get more long-term because you'd be falling into smaller tax brackets. So the government would get less of it. But the cash option is more fun. That you'll live another 20 years. Look, who plans 20 years in advance anyway? May as well enjoy yourself now. Within reason, of course. This is not financial advice. What's your job? 16, so you need something to support this growing addiction. So, Juggernaut, for reference, when Gavin says his retirement plan, this is code for the lottery. So, this is not like his employer is not about to pay him out $410 million. That would be insane. That would have to be a dangerous job that he is doing to get a $410 million retirement payout. It's okay. I also was confused by this many months ago, but at the time he didn't say the $410 million thing, in my defense. So they're lying, right? Well, we're not lying. He's saying if his money, if his retirement plan comes through, so if he gets it, then he's getting all the minis. I mean, if he gets it, he's probably retiring. So in that case, it is his retirement plan. What Eldar miniature do you wish GW would bring back? Spirit Seer. I love Wraith constructs. A Psyker Wraith construct is sick as hell. If you had an employer paying you out 410 mil because it would be because of blackmail, yeah, you would have some kind of dirt on them to get 410 mil. I mean, at that point, either you deserve the 410 mil, or they deserve to lose the 410 mil. Okay, yeah, one thing that I've, completely unrelated, but one thing that I'm going to have to figure out with this Wraith Lord is his pose makes him, like, his legs extend beyond the base, so I'm going to either need to bend his legs back into place and then glue him down, or I'm going to have to, like, cut one of his legs off and then repose it and then put it back on. But we'll figure that out when we get to it. If you ever do something stupid to ruin your entire life, you hope Coldplay is not involved in any way. the Coldplay hatred comes back. Like, that would be you hitting rock bottom. Why not just buy a bigger base? Because if I buy a bigger base, then it won't be like, it won't really work for the tabletop. Because he's like bigger than the base that he's meant to be on for tabletop, and so if I run him on a bigger base on the tabletop, I don't know if it would make him technically better or worse. but it would change the way that the mini plays in like in gameplay. It's not even a regulation model, who cares? Well, it's like, I still care to a degree because, like, I only play with my friends anyway, but if I have him hiding behind a building and a tiny bit of his base is sticking out, then he's just gonna get fucking blasted across the map, and he's not a super tanky model. So he's just gonna get one shot by artillery. They definitely need to bring back Karandras. Who is Karandras? I recognize the name. Is that an Eldar hero? Heading out, it's been fun. Take care, see you next time. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Thanks for stopping by as always, mate. Have a good one. Round dresses a striking Scorpion's Phoenix Lord. Right, okay, okay. Oh, right, yeah, because they didn't do all of the Phoenix Lords with the recent one. Who was it? Was it just Lycus, Fuegan, Baharoth? Did they do any of the other Phoenix Lords with the Eldar update? Did they do Morgan Ra? Is there a Morgan Ra model that's in circulation at the moment? Completely unrelated note, do you think it's kind of annoying that the racist term for Necron is the only mainstream, the only term mainstream on the internet right now? What, what, clanker? Is that what you're referring to, calling them clankers? You'd never heard of Coldplay until the incident. Surprised they have over 1 billion views on their music videos. No, crazy, you'd never heard of them. I feel like through all of like the 2010s, they were like the like generic, or not, I guess, yeah, the generic pop band or pop band. Like they were just everywhere. A sermon you think, oh yeah, right, sorry, I forgot about a sermon. And Morgan Ray you think was released shortly before. Right, okay. What about the Howling Banshees lady? Does she have a modern model or no? Because if she does as well, then would that not just leave the Striking Scorpions guy? She does have a model, but it was an earlier one. He's the only one not updated model, but they took him out of the codex altogether. He's in Legends along with wraiths and some other good models. Oh, that sucks. Crazy. Yeah, I'm still so miffed about the wraiths here. Such a cool model. Such a cool, not just a model, such a cool concept. I wonder if they got rid of the wraiths here because... I mean, they could have just made an exception for it as well, but... because I imagine the Wraithseer was removed like as part of the 10th edition codex, and the 10th codex added, actually I don't know if the Wraith, like the Wraith focused attachment existed in 9th or not, but I imagine that the Wraithseer would probably be very, very strong in the Spirit Conclave detachment, because the whole thing with the Spirit Conclave detachment is your Wraiths get buffed when they are standing near a Psyker, and the Wraithseer is both a Wraith and a Psyker. So I feel like there would probably be some crazy shit going on there. Because the whole point of the Spirit Conclave is kind of like, your Psykers need to be somewhat exposed at least, for you to get the most value out of them. And Psykers are generally, like Eldar Psykers are generally not the toughest, but if your Psyker is a fucking Wraith construct, then it doesn't really matter if they're exposed, it's going to be hard to kill them. And that twin finish tomorrow is into the pick. Righto, I'll catch you later, Juggernaut. I think the race here would have been awesome in there and in the Seer Council detachment. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think it's crazy that they would remove the wraiths here, just with like, how, like, just visually and just like on a like conceptually, it's such a cool unit. Like, I don't know how, like, why they would remove it. Yeah, no, I'm very upset. Games Workshop xenophobia. We are not allowed to have nice things. Isn't there an Eldar Wraith Lord with a centaur body like in Rogue Trader, or is that something else? Not that I'm aware of. If so, that sounds really cool. I haven't seen anything like that though. They hate the Eldar because we're not Space Marines, so they just shit on us constantly. Yeah. They hate all Xenos because they're not Space Marines, and so they just shit on us constantly. This is... go 1 Shells of Iron Stream without ranting about Space Marine model preferences. Challenge impossible. Yeah, fucking... I've said it many times before and I'll say it again. Horus Heresy is meant to be the Space Marine setting. Put them in there. Give us cool aliens and shit in 40k. That's what we want. There's already like 30,000 Space Marine models, and they're all like, you can build a Space Marine army for pretty much every niche. Like, just give us our cool alien shit. That's all we want. There was one thing. Oh, got shit in my throat. There was one thing that really infuriated me the other day, or just like maybe really sad, was I was going through my the data sheets for the Eldar on Wikipedia, and I like sent them to the group of my or the chat with my gaming group, and the Necron player was like, "Whoa, man! What I would give to have assault on that many weapons." And then I was like, "Yeah, no. Well, I mean, like that's the whole. That's the Eldar's whole thing for a lot of them is they're really squishy, but they're really fast. So they're meant to run around and shoot you before they and like outmaneuver you and shit." And then I remembered that that's not really the Eldar's thing anymore, because like 90% of Space Marines have assault on their weapons. And then to prove it, I went and had a look at the Space Marine data sheets, which I hadn't looked at in a, like, I just don't really look at the Space Marine data sheets in general. And I think it's I'm not sure if it's the heavy, I think it's the heavy Intercessor Squad. So first of all, regular Intercessor Squad has assault on most of their weapons. And I think it's called the Heavy Intercessor Squad. where they're all running heavy bolters. And apparently, Space Marine heavy bolters are tagged as both heavy and assault. They just have it both ways. They're able to... if they stand still with this heavy weapon and fire, it gets stronger. But they can also advance and shoot with it. What the fuck? Why do they have it both ways? What is that? I don't think I've seen anything else that has both heavy and assault on it. Like, it's just gross. There's a little bit of something lifting up from the shoulder pad there, and it's annoying me. I don't know if it's visible to you guys or not, but it's just in there. Got him. The centaur's called the Bright Warrior. Wish they'd bring them back. They look cool. I'm very interested in this. I'm gonna have a look at him once I've finished getting this yellow base coat down on this guy. They killed the Aeldari detachment, and then in the balance, they nerfed the Incarnate even more. Hang on, so they... In the balance, so they nerfed the Eldar, and then in order to balance them, they nerfed the Eldar. We exist to be the punching bag of the setting. I say we as though I'm purely an Eldar guy. I'm not purely an Eldar guy. I'm also a Knights guy and a Thousand Suns guy. But Knights don't even get represented in the lore. At least they're good on the tabletop. For now. They're probably gonna get fucking eviscerated. Yeah, I was looking forward to the Knights Codex release, but I have a strong feeling that the Knights Codex release is just going to be massive nerfs to Knights across the board. And it's just been delayed for so long, and I've become so jaded because of the fact that the new mini is just a new Questoris model that's put in it's a new Questoris loadout that's put in a different box. It's like, come on, man. Couldn't we just have something new for once? I think for these things on the shoulders here, I'll do them in orange roughly for now, but I think I'll probably come back and do them in Wraithbone. All Space Marine factions are ridiculous and overpowered. God forbid they get any nerfs. Space Marine players will freak out like it's the end of the world. Well, I think the issue is because GW have they've made it so that like 90% of all new people to 40k, the only thing that they've been exposed to is a Space Marine. So pretty much all new players start with Space Marines, and it's like, okay, if majority of people's army, if the majority of people are going to have a Space Marine army, then they're not going to want to nerf them. It just upsets me that GW have just decided that the de facto coolest thing in their setting is Space Marines. Like, they've got all this other cool shit, but they just never allow it to shine because the focus is on the fucking armored super soldiers. You're an Eldar guy, but you love your Chaos Knights as well. Oh, yeah, I got the the box of 7 war dogs. At some point, I'm going to assemble and build them, and I'm gonna build them with I'm gonna kit bash them together with a lot of the Skaven that I got from the Skaven Tide box, because I don't play Age of Sigma, but I want to use the Skaven. So my war dogs, all my Chaos Knights, I want them to be Skaven. Be quite cool. Paint them like they're made out of wood. Do not eat oysters from the dollar store. I would not, thanks for the heads up. I don't think I would ever even entertain the idea of touching an oyster from a dollar store. Thanks for the warning, though. That's awesome. You have a noble theme since you have a noble army as well. 2 birds, 1 stone, you guess. Yeah, no, Knights in general are just so cool. I really like the Chaos Knight Abominant with the tentacle arm. He's sick. If I ever get to the point where I've painted all of the knights that I currently have and I want to expand, I'm definitely going to get a Knight Abominant. Just 3D printed your Knight Abominant. That would have been... Was this with a resin printer or a filament printer? So I feel like that'd be a long one to print out of a resin printer. It'd be several different prints. Because I printed the a Knight Porphyrion out of my resin printer, and that took so long, used so much resin, and took forever. Also did it while I was still relatively new to printing, so I had a few misprints. Resin took 3 plates. Oh, 3 plates isn't too bad, honestly. That's a pretty solid effort. You have a Saturn 3 Ultra? I think I might have the same. I think I've also got the Saturn 3 Ultra. Yeah, it is I'm pretty sure it's a Saturn. I got it semi-recently when they were on sale like a year or two ago. Rather be a Psyker or a Tech Priest. Tech Priest is probably enjoying life a lot more than a Psyker is. I'm gonna lean towards being a Tech Priest. Like, I feel like the range of living standards as a Tech Priest is probably a lot. It's probably a lot more concentrated towards nice things than the range of living standards from being a Psyker. Because I feel like a vast majority of Psykers probably have the worst life imaginable. It's a great printer, and you draw as a Psyker. Hope as an eldar, and you get put in a Wraith construct when you don't, at least. Yeah. Oh, on the topic of the Saturn though, it is a really nice printer. My one issue is I wish that there was a way to, after you print, I wish there was a way to tilt the plate to let it drain, rather than just take it off the up down arm, rather than just take it off and then just hold it there, like just rest my finger on the bit that it normally hangs off. I wish there was just like a way that you could tilt it so it could drain without you having to hold it. Okay. As far as our yellow base coat goes, Buddy printed you an attachment to tilt the plate. It's the funniest shit to me, is people printing parts for their printer using their printer. Okay, I think that's pretty much all of our yellow base coating done for this guy. Right, I reckon I'm probably going to finish up here for the day, just because I've got some other stuff I need to get around to this afternoon. Yeah, but I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made. We've, where are we? I'll just pull this back on screen here. Where are we? Yeah, pull these dudes down. Yeah, we've, managed to finish doing the yellow base coating on all our men. And so then from there, the things that we want to do is it's going to be getting the blue on the tabards, like what we've got going over here. And then we'll be doing all of the wraithbone color on the spines and then the weapons and stuff. Anywhere where I would normally do metallic, like what I got there, I want to do it all in wraithbone. But yeah, 4 more hours. I can't do 4 more hours, unfortunately. Not today, Jesus. I'm open to doing those, like the super long streams like what we did last week, but just not doable today. Ugh. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here for the day. Thanks for hopping by and hanging out, guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of your days/nights, and I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.